Hi.
Book it.
Oh, thank you for the 9 bits. I updated my Fuji thing so you can actually see the slushie, because people were asking, wait, what are you holding? So I have a slushie now. Okay, I have a plan, and you're gonna help me. You're going to help me. Basically, I'm good on long videos. Right? The Pancreas Sandman one came out today. I wanted to put it out yesterday, but I was unsure whether to wait for the collab thingies, so Sandman hasn't accepted the collab thing on it yet. But Pancreas did. So I just let it go. That's fine. He'll accept it at some point. And I have another one with Pancreas that we recorded that I'm halfway through editing. It's a very silly one. It's nothing to do with Warhammer. It's a Star Wars video. But it was fun, and I think it's silly, and I don't want to waste it. So, and I have the painting tutorial videos. So I have a lot of long content. I just struggle with the short content. Not like shorts, but like, under 20-minute videos. Favorite droids? It may have been a... For people who have not been here for my 4 years of streaming, I have a large obsession with Darth Maul. I love Darth Maul. He's great. He can do whatever he wants to me. Pancreas likes General Grievous, and I could not let that stand. And we were in a call, and we started talking about Star Wars, and we got into this argument, and I was like, hang on. Why don't we record this? Let's record this. So we did. And now I have an hour of us. Similar to the conspiracy video. It's just fun, and there is conspiracy theories. And it's very silly, and I want to animate it. Like, do little cartoons and shit like I used to. But in the meantime, I wanna just have a load of like short timing stuff. So this is the thumbnail I made for the YouTube side for the Twitch people who haven't seen it. You tell me what you struggle with painting, and I make the video. But like, I'm an artist. I'm a Warhammer painter. I know lots of things, but a lot of things that I know, I just autopilot, so I don't really, like, recognize things.
To be fair.
Choking on a carrot. Thank you for the sub. Why is my activity list not showing me things? Interesting. Oh, there it is. Okay, I reset it. Is that better? Clear ore. Clear ore. Filter. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. There we go. Now I can see everything. Good job, team. Echoey? What do you mean? I'm further away than I normally am, because I moved my microphone. Hang on. Do you want me to have it here? Do you want me to stop shouting? I do that thing, like, every time I, Sorry, I'll say hello to everyone in a second. Every time I stream, I go into, like, radio voice and I just start, like, shouting. Even though the microphone's right there. Okay, Grim. Bear, salesman, saves, our soul. Oh yeah, we didn't go through that. Aaron, Hamburg, Martin. Mort. Sales. Servitor, Martin. Already said Martin. You get it twice. Night Watch. There's too many of you. Dark Basil. Welcome in, everyone. Paulie. Toby, thank you for the 45 months. Okay, well, that's... Okay. Hello, Leo. Hello, Maxie. Toby wears straight leg jeans. He does. Go make dinner? Okay, dokie. Right. Yes. So. I don't know how to start this. I basically have a list, and I just want to go through the list and get as much, like, cracked out as possible. So then I just have a massive backload. Backload? Yeah, backload, so I don't have to keep, like, stopping to record things. I just have everything, and then we can just do that every so often. With, like, little things. And, like, I don't mind how specific we want to go. I have some things, like, split into smaller things. I also don't know what to do about video. Whether to just do, like... I don't know. Painting in the background, or... I don't know, like, gameplay from random shit. And I just yap. Unsure. Not to be perceived. Okay. So... what should we do first? That's also the other thing. I never know what to do first. So, I put a little to-do list on screen. So we have... I want to go through prepping minis, because... when I do my painting tutorials, I skip showing building, mold lines, decisions I make when I'm doing sub-assembly and priming, because I just think it's common sense, because I just do it without thinking about it, where I feel like that would be helpful for a video, because... I don't know. Yeah, I do sub-assemblies. So I think that would be helpful. I don't know if we'll start with that, though. Because we were doing freehand yesterday, and then I raided Ghoul, and some people in his chat were asking about how to get better at freehand, so I thought we'd do a little, like, drawing practice video of, like, getting shapes down, and then, like... shapes on objects and, like, perspective type stuff. And then, like, another one for, like, doing the grid thing that I was talking about yesterday, and, like, using pastels and chalk to, like, mark things out. Prepping, I've got building, priming, and sub-assembly. On topic per stream? No. So, we're going to basically spend all stream or, like, the first half of stream filming, recording these videos. And they should be, like, 10-minute videos, maximum. And hopefully chat can tell me what I'm doing wrong, or I'm not explaining well enough, or that kind of thing. Because... I just autopilot a lot of things. Like, with painting tutorials and stuff, I can do, like... you gotta do this next, you gotta do this next, you do this because of this, blah blah blah. But I don't... I feel like I skip over things that I don't think about. Precision hand stabilizer? No. Do you mean those, like, Parkinson's things that they put forks in so they can eat without shaking? Like one of those? Anything to do with fundamentals? Yeah. Stripping models. Some prefer to strip than paint over. Honestly, I don't know if I can even do that video. Because I hate stripping models. And honestly, if I paint something and I don't like it and I want to start over, I just abandon the model and I never look at it ever again. I do not touch it. I don't... Like, if... I should strip it. I will eventually strip some of the minis. But I'm lazy and I don't like doing it, so... And it's never worked when I've tried doing it. Like, I will leave it to sit in the bath of stuff for like a week. And then I go and scrub it with like a toothbrush. Like with firm bristles, you know? And it does nothing. The paint does not come off. I don't know if my primer is just too aggressive. It just doesn't come off. Metal ball on a pedestal with a rock sticking out. Oh, no I haven't. Copy. Paste. You know what it's called? Precision hand stabilizer. The fuck is this? Reduces hand shaking, raises work efficiency. How the fuck do you use it? Ah? Damping. Oh. Oh, it's a xylophone stick. Yeah. Okay, I understand. I'm not familiar with that brand, no. It's a xylophone stick on a stand. I don't know how to else describe it. If you paint on canvas, it's a very like common thing to have a stick with some sort of like cloth on the end, and then you just hold it with your other hand and then you lean your painting hand on top of that so you get more stability with your hand. I have a xylophone stick thing for it. For when I do canvases. When I do minis, I just use my little finger against the model holder and I just kind of lean on that. But that, yeah, if that works for you. If that works for you. Like, it's very useful. Never heard it called as... Like, literally, hang on. Let me get my keyboard back. Give me a second. I can't remember what it's called. Xylophone stick. I don't know how... it's just a xylophone stick. And then you, like, wrap some, like, foam on the end, and then you tie, like, a canvas square around it to make it have a soft end, so it's not solid plastic. And then you just lean that. It's literally a stick that you use for xylophones. Yours is a lot more technologically advanced. I literally have, like, a really long xylophone stick. And, yeah, when you're painting on a canvas, I just kind of hold it, and then I have the round end against the canvas. And then I lean on the stick that I'm holding with my hand. But you don't have to hold your stick. Yeah. Because I guess you're holding the mini with your other hand, so you can't really hold the stick. Hey, Charles. Tools heavier, less likely to push aside. Yeah. Okay. I never thought to, like, look for something specifically made for painting. A lot of artists just use random shit for random shit. Like, if it works, it works. Like, these fucking Glockenspiel ones, you can, these are fluffy. Lots of people use these, but these can be a little more expensive. I think I literally just stole mine from school when I was at school many, many years ago. And I just glue on, like, foam. And then I put some muslin over it with a hair tie, and I use that. It's very basic. But it works. You basically, yeah. I mean, I guess your one isn't leaning against, like, you're not using it against the Mini, it's just its own thing. Hey, for the prime butter? Why are my alerts not updating on the side of my screen? I just turn all of them on. Unsure. But thank you. Creative people know how to find creative solutions. Yeah, I mean, artists are poor as fuck. Who is £30 for this? You know how much a xylophone stick is? I don't. £11? Wow, they used to be so cheap. Okay, maybe you might as well just buy this. I thought these were still cheap. Just steal one from school. Schools have xylophones. Easy peasy. My last butter money, use them well, thank you. Next Saturday, still no Custodes? Custodes nuts. Next week. Coming soon. Saturday pre-orders. Okay, what's next week? Oh, I like these. It looks cool. There's too many of them. Oh, it's the blight drone. The uncorrupted blight drone. I remember. I forget so much. Okay, yeah, there's not much interesting. Alright. This was cool. They're doing an event in the Netherlands, they're doing an event in the UK. This is at the UK GE. I cannot go to it because I'm at TwitchCon. Well, I might be at TwitchCon. I haven't been confirmed yet, but it's at the same time, so RIP me. Go for the grots. Old World coming back. How many Warhammer minis can you get for 36? You can get like a box of minis for 36. Put your palm over the ball and have the paintbrush touch the lever. Yeah, I think that's what the little video thing showed. I don't know where the video is, but whatever. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, like that. I mean, yeah, I don't really have space on my desk for it, but I know you can get, like, if you have shaky hands, you can get these things, because I've kind of looked at these before. You can get, like, I don't know what they're called, but you can get them for Parkinson's, and it's like a self-stabilizing handle that you can put utensils and things in. So your hand will shake, but then, kind of like this. Your hand will shake, but then whatever utensil you've plugged into it is, like, stabilized. So, I reckon getting one of those would be good. Well, there's like an arthritis one. For painting, if you have shaky hands and it's like a medical thing rather than something you can fix. But I don't have Parkinson's or hand tremors, so I haven't really looked into it super hard. But I always thought that was kind of a good idea. And then you just need someone to be like, oh my god, you can use this for hobbying. Oh, like what usually happens. I'm no millionaire, I can't play Mechanicus. Fair. Hands the chocolate to sit down. Hang on. Bone tie. Oh yeah, there were pre-orders like yesterday, right? Did they all get sold out? It was the Corsairs this weekend. Let me Google this. Tank chocolate. Ah. Oh, I see. I thought that's what you meant. Even if you don't, it seems good for precision work. Yeah, like a lot of the I'll add this to my painting video. Hang on. I'll write it down in a second. Hang on, I'll write it here. Cause the struggle that I have with brushes is the handles. If the handles of the brush is too thin, I can't hold on to it because of my hypermobile fingers. So if I get a brush, I look at the brush and then I have to like test if I can actually hold it. Because if I can't hold it, then it doesn't matter how good the brush is. I can't use it. So I have those like pen gripper things you had at school to like help you hold pens. Those like little foam tube things. They're like, you can get like a pack of 20 of them on like Amazon or something. I use them if I can't find a brush that I can hold. I also have tape that I use for my tattoo machine, that if you've ever gotten a tattoo, the tattoo machine is always like wound up with this like bandage tape stuff. I use that on brushes as well if I have to. And yeah, there's just a lot of workarounds for that. I'll write that down though. Talk about that. The bird keeps trying to chew on my brushes. Yeah, my cat does that. Okay, what was pre-orders? I heard that Huron sold out like instantly. Is nothing loading? Are you not going to load? Apparently there's no pictures. Oh yeah, he's out of stock. Yeah, well, they'll come back. I was thinking about getting the books. They weren't sold out when I looked last time. It's been glitched all weekend. Yeah, that sucks. There was... there was, like, some made-to-order stuff that I was looking at, but I can't find it anymore. Is the made-to-order stuff just, like, short-term? They don't leave them up forever? Because that kind of sucks. Let me check. Because I sent them to my friend. So I was like, do you want these? Oh, well, that sucks. It's only a week? Oh. That sucks, man. There was some, it was like a made-to-order ultramarine box of, like, old ultramarines. Banana tanks, Bastard Glaive, no. I don't know when the Custodies will come out. It was like... You know the one I mean? And like some of them in it were like pewter and some of them were resin, some of them were plastic, depending how old they were. I thought that would be really cool, but I didn't get it Because I was like, oh, I can get this another time. I didn't realize the made-to-order things were one time. Oh, that's a shame. I thought that would be cool. And there's books. No one cares about books. We can't read. Calgar and Blood Angels, you hate the old resin ones. Hey, Patrick. Bring it back in the future? Okay. I might message someone. Picked up one of my brushes, pushed the bristles into his face and bent them. What? Why? Hand chalk. I have chalk for climbing and for when I used to do pole. I don't think it would be useful for painting. To be honest with you, Diane. You have a tattoo machine? Yes. No, I have a tattoo machine. My left and right tattoos on my hands, I did those. Hang on, let me add this painting handle thing to the list. Where's my brushes? I didn't write down brushes. Very smart. Okay, I want to do a whole video on brushes. Prepping a mini. Okay, brushes. We should do synthetic versus not. We should do belly, question mark. We should do hair, question mark. Handles. Yeah. Oh. If it says out of stock instead of temporarily out of stock, does that mean it won't be restocked? It depends. Isn't this the second time this has happened to you? It's happened to me a bunch of times. Do them again in 6 months. Okay. I'll ask my Games Workshop friend. Do not worry, I have contacts. I have a network. Okay, I've written that down. He thought they were soft, played with them when I wasn't looking. Ugh. Do I finish building my Ares gunship or do I start on my Mastodon? Start painting your Mastodon or start building it? Black Templar's sleeve. Suspicious. Different armor pieces. Oh, that's cool. So if it's resin and it says temporarily out of stock. So when something goes out of stock on the Games Workshop website, it automatically gets put as temporarily out of stock until it gets updated to out of stock or just taken off the website. It's more likely to come back in stock if it says temporarily out of stock compared to... Hang on, let me go back to the website. Silly tattoo idea, but that will happen first. Building? Finish building the Ares first. Don't start building a second thing until you've finished building the first thing. That is my advice. Let me go to Custodies. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can show you this. So, if we go on full screen. So, these guard, right? What color should I paint my Warhound Titan? Pink. Pink and green. Paint it before moving on. You can build multiple things. Titan tattoo. How light to use the brush? Nothing goes on. I accidentally just glob it on. Yeah, that's in my list. I will cover that. We will go through that today. I need a tattoo. I get a tattoo every year. I don't know what to get this year. I've run out of ideas. I normally draw my tattoos. Okay, so let me open some of these. Is it only those ones that are out of stock? Kind of. That's temporary. Okay. There aren't any that say they're out of stock. Let's go to the pre-orders. What do the dots mean? They're my little face markings. So, as much as I'm not an anime person, I love Demon Hunter, especially the Spider family, and I love Sukuna from JJK. So I designed my VTuber model based off of the Spider family and also Sukuna. So they're my little Spidey spots. Pink and green, yeah. Feels optional to get a tattoo. It is optional, but I just like it. It's like a little therapy session. Okay. Right, let me find a sold out. Surely some of these should be sold out. That's sold out online. That says that. Let me teach you things, okay? Let me teach you things. Okay, so if... Good job, Dean. If... Why are my alerts not, like, updating? I don't understand. I cannot see any of the fucking alerts. Okay, bud. Okay, thank you for the follow, Eco. Thank you for the follow, Penumbra. Sorry. Compliment your thumb. True. Okay, so basically, the first thing to know, maybe this should be a tutorial. The first thing to know is, okay, this is plastic, but okay, let's find a resin thing. Is this resin? This is resin. Okay, so resin is generally online only. But if it's not always online only, then it can go temporarily sold out. If it is sold out online and it's resin, or temporarily sold out and it's resin, but not online only. If it's resin, it is probably not getting restocked. It probably won't get restocked. If it's online only and sold out online, it is getting retired. If it's resin. Yes, I know this one, we know this one's getting replaced, but it's just like, this is how it works, and I can assure you that this is how it works. Temporarily out of stock, sold out online. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a just sold out and not, or out of stock without the temporarily bit or the online bit. Yeah, one means more will come, the other means defenestrated. If they're resin, they're not coming back. If it's resin, unless it's like a squad that is like a common squad, like, I don't know, if they did like a combat patrol that was resin for some reason, like they're not gonna just get rid of those. So with resin, the inside person giving her details, kinda, yeah, I've asked a lot of questions about these things to the people that I know within the company. So basically, if it's resin, they make a set number of molds, and they use those molds, and then once those molds are done, that is how much stock they have. They do not make more molds for those, They just don't. And if they do, it's very rare cases. The molds for the resin last a very short amount of cycles compared to the plastic molds. Compared to the molds of the plastic minis, not the resin minis. So with plastic sculpts, they can make essentially the same number of molds as for resin, but they will last twice as long. More than twice as long. So they can get a lot more out of them, so they can basically have those plastic minis on like a more permanent basis. Whereas with the resin molds, every time they need a new resin print, they need to clean the machine, reset the machine, make a mold, make lots of molds from that mold, fit it to the machine, test it, and then print it. Whereas with the plastic ones, it's essentially you can just cut and paste the molds. It's much more simple, and the machines for the resin are a lot older as well. They're not the same machines. Resin molds are cheap, last like 30-50. Yeah. They last until they get damaged, yeah. They killed the entire Eldari resin range and their titans. I managed to snag a Phantom Titan. I wanted 2 hover tanks and the Marauder destroyers. Eldari are getting a refresh in 11th. I don't have any proof of this, but from how I know the sold out and the temporary stock things and patterns to look for on the website, I'm fully expecting an Eldari refresh in 11th. My conspiracy theory also wants Drukari. Unsure. They have just had a combat patrol, so yeah. Consider cleaning. Hey, Beach F. But yeah, so if it's sold out or temporarily out of stock and it's resin, they're not coming back. And we know that these aren't coming back because these were in the previews. Yes, I mean Dark Eldar, sorry. Okay, this, temporarily out of stock. It's also online only, but it's also resin. We know that this is going to be refreshed in plastic. We know we've got the previews. It's not coming back as resin. I would potentially make note of the prices these are at, because you would kind of expect these prices to go down if it's going to plastic. So, unsure. Obviously this is a pre-order. If they bring it back, they could. I assume it's plastic, yeah, so they could bring that back. This is plastic temporarily, so it will go into wherever it needs to go. Refresh the Blood Angels, give the Sanguinary Guard cool jetpacks. Plastic Phantom Titan. They are moving everything to plastic. They are moving everything to plastic, which is why I've been watching things. Because if you know which models are resin, and they suddenly turn either online only when they weren't before, or they go out of stock, like a lot of them out of stock, right? And like this is the entire Drukari range. They do not have a lot of minis. This is a lot of stuff to be out of stock at one time. So my conspiracy is full raging boner, you know? Like, none of these are coming back. as much as I want this guy, these are not coming back. These are going to come out as plastic. I don't know if these are resin. If they're already plastic, then they're gonna get refreshed. I bet. They're all plastic? Oh, well, they're getting a refresh then. So, because if you... I know it only came out today, but if you watch my conspiracy video that I filmed with Sandman and Pancreas, I know it came out like an hour and a half before stream, and it's an hour video, but I think there's a big Drukhari plot line coming up, so it makes sense to me that all of these are out of stock. And these have been out of stock for a good couple of months. At least every time I check, these have been out of stock for a long time. That's a point. I did want to look at this one. Because they've just had some stuff. They don't have a lot specific to them, do they? It's more just everyone, everywhere, all at once. Yeah. New avatar? I'm just being lazy. Aldari, Drukhari have no more resin? Okay, I thought so. Even the ships? I thought the little ships were... Are these not? Oh no. They are plastic. Oh. Calling it all edition. Next Primarch will return will be Khan. So I reckon if you should go watch my conspiracy video. It's very good. Some lovely comments already. I'm not even being sarcastic. This one. Oh, these. Let me just grab without the timestamp. There you go. I don't know, can you pin that in Twitch chat? I don't have any mods on YouTube chat, so I can't pin it over there. But, I am very, like, certain that Vulcan's coming back first. Because Armageddon, it makes sense. The giant flowchart, man. Hang on, let me show you. Let me show you the madness. Jeez. Oh, is it flipped? Fuck, is it flipped? Oh, there we go. Oh, why it was flipped. Let me just... This was the map that I made. You pin it? I don't know, I can't see Twitch chat separately. I have them both stacked up. But yeah. Vulcan versus Perturbo? I'm not sure. I think it would be more a Vulcan-Angron battle or something, because Angron seems to be about in Armageddon area all the time, and he did fight Vulcan before as well. It would just mean the salamanders need to hurry the fuck up and find their little artifacts. But I reckon Vulcan will come back. Sorry, that won't give me cat ears because I'm not in the right VTuber model for it. Does. Also, I don't know why the fuck. I don't understand. why my activity feed is not actually working. It's really fun. I don't understand. It's like I can hear the alerts, but I don't actually know what is happening. Ultramarines will find them. Have they all come true? What do you know about Grey Knights? So they wouldn't have changed the Grey Knight lore. There's not a small box. What does that mean? They wouldn't have changed the Grey Knights thing to be like, oh yeah, they can kill the Emperor, blah blah blah, if they weren't going to then use that for something. There's no small boxes. Some of your redeems are broken. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, no, I just made them the same color as Dark Twitch. Because I thought it looked nice. My bad. Give me a second, Northern. Let me... Discord? Oh! 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 Oh, wait, what? I don't know. I haven't changed them. I've done nothing since last stream. They worked yesterday, right? Roll Grey Knights into Agents of the Inquisition. Backlash against Deathwatch made them pause on that change. Yeah... As someone that is still new to painting in the hobby, do you have a list of paints you would recommend to cover the basics, or maybe a tier list of your favorite? Yes, we can do a tier list of favorite paints. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I want to... Fuck it. List. Paint tier list. Beginner. Which ones? Favorites. Here. List. Don't steal my list, it's my content list. What was that noise? I don't know what that noise was. Okay, hang on. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. I don't understand. New noise for jail? Ugh. Oh, maybe... yeah, but did my alerts work yesterday? I added some of my... things. Oh, it is. Bonk. I added some of my sound effect redeem thingies to the Twitch alerts thing, so I wouldn't have to bother with them. But apparently some of them... What? Oh yeah, because that didn't work last time. That doesn't... Okay. I mean, all the rest of them should work. Sandwich is also broken. Huh. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. I did nothing to change anything like that. Okay, sorry. You make food? Okie dokie. Valley Joe S++ tier. I've only used like one Valley Joe paint. I have a couple of them. That's the thing, I can only really tier list ones that I've tried. I haven't really tried a lot. 1,000 Grey Knights, the Emperor's Palace, 10,000 Custodies, struggle to even take them seriously. Yeah. I don't really have any conspiracies about Grey Knights. All my conspiracies are Vulcan coming back. There's gonna be a big Tau, like, revelation at some point, I think, unless they are just a benchmark. Like, Tau have two options of where to go. They can either be this big, like, have like a revelation type event happen. And like, it's already kind of happening with the fracture with the students of whatever they're called. With like Farsight and Sun Shower and whatever the other one's called. I still reckon there's going to be this revelation. Pure Tide? Yeah, that one. And they will become bigger. Suddenly. They will suddenly become more important for reasons that are in that video. You should go watch the video. And otherwise, I also said this in that video, they are just a benchmark, so we can see, like, compared to, like, regular people who don't have big warp powers, who don't have big angry spacemen, like, how they exist in the universe type thing. It's like a benchmark, right? That's their, like, two paths that I think they have. They're either just a benchmark for lore, or they're going to have a revelation. My other conspiracies are, yeah, Khan will probably come back if we're getting a Drukhari refresh, if we're getting a Drukhari expansion, then Khan, yes, because he was lost in Comera. There's also the previous fabricator general of Mars was also lost in Comera. He has been presumed dead. And there is now a new fabricator general of Mars who has said that she is no longer looking for a way to fix the Golden Throne. It's unfixable. They're going to just let the Emperor die. And she is going to be in charge of another AdMech schism. The King in Yellow stuff in upcoming lore. Not gonna lie, we completely skipped over in that video. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I don't know too much about the King in Yellow stuff. It is part of my reading list to watch every lore video I can on him. But I don't really know anything about that. I know it by name, but I don't know it by brain. Unless I do know it, I just don't recognize it and put it together. I don't know. I don't know everything. I think they're gonna lean more into Ethereal's propaganda. New Twin Epic is specifically called out being propped up by Ethereals as replacement. Yeah. The faction and the next edition starter along with some lore developments. Next edition starter box is more or less confirmed Orcs and Blood Angels, which is kind of why I think, like, obviously it's Blood Angels, not Salamanders, but it's why I think Vulcan is on his way for that. They're not gonna bring back Sanguinius. Causing the most harm. Yeah. Asta? Don't know who that is. What was I saying? I can't remember what I was talking about. Tau? Yeah, I reckon Tau are going to... Like, people kind of ignore Tauva. People don't like Tauva. They're like, oh, the Tau don't have warp presence. The Tau don't have this, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, bud. But they do. And they do also because of things that they inhale into their empire. They're not nulls. They have presence. They're just really small. Humanity split between the Star Child and Dark King. That way we'd still keep getting the Imperium even if the Emperor comes back. Maybe Chaos Custodes side with the Dark King. That would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah. I think... So, with... You watch the video. You still have to watch the video even though I'm telling you things. I reckon with the Admech Schism, Mars will be destroyed, or Mars will be destroyed enough that the Void Dragon shard that they have, which I think is quite a large shard, will break free and attempt to, well, will eat Mars, but will then attempt to eat Terra, because Terra is next to Mars. And as his, like, final breath type thing, the Emperor is able to push back the Void Dragon from Terra. And in doing so, he dies. But also, in doing so, Vashtor can then capture that massive shard of Void Dragon and put it in a massive demon engine. And... or eat it, I don't know. And then ascend. Vashtor's gonna ascend no matter what. Tauva auxiliaries? Yeah. Tauva doesn't like Tau. Yeah, so my big thing about the Tau is that I think they're descendants of the old ones, the ethereals, not the Tau themselves, just the ethereals. And thank you for the follow. I don't know who that was because my activity bar is not telling me what is happening. But thank you. And the reason they don't like Tauva and they try and push their empire away from having a god is because they were there or were descended from people, or the old ones, who were there when Slaanesh was created. So they know how dangerous it is to, like, have a new god. And I think because of how little effect the birth of Tauva had, as opposed to the birth of Slaanesh, the ethereals, or at least some of them, will slowly come around and be like, oh, maybe we can kind of dig more into this. Maybe we can empower her a lot more. And these things, blah, blah, blah. Because the other thing is that the Tau are very into their mechs, right? You know who else have a lot of mechs and robots and shit? Fucking Necrons. You know who was around when the Necrons were doing their biotransference and the Catan stuff? Fucking old ones. So I think these descendants of old ones went and found Tau and were like, well, we're not going to biotransference them because we can see how that's not really helping the Necrons right now. And that's kind of fucked them over a bit. So we're not going to do that, but we'll just put everyone in robots. We'll put everyone in mechs. And we'll have, like, the AI stuff as well. As the stripes, yeah. Ethereals know about the warp and the power of faith. Yes, they do. Enough power to drive away Nurgle, so she has some amount. Yeah, like, she has presence. She is not nothing. She has presence. Like, she is definitely not, like, as much as people don't like GW and they don't like the retcons, and I understand, but they would not make something like Talva and then not use it. Like, they could just retcon her to not exist, I guess. But are they going to? Probably not. They will just keep expanding and make Tau bigger so that more people buy more Tau. Because Games Workshop make money by selling minis. So the more minis they have, the more factions they have, the more minis they sell. Malice? Maybe. Old ones left this universe, made entered fantasy one. Maybe. Never mention her again. Yeah. I mean, like, fuck are you? Pinging me. Disgusting. Sorry. Ethereal's been connected. Out of faction like Eldari, not recognize them. Because they're descendants of. I don't know the answer to that, but I read a lot about the Cabal from 30k. And the Eldari who knew the Cabal, like Eldrad and stuff, referred to some of the, like, Slan-looking guys as old ones or something. Old boys. I don't know what, I can't remember what they called them. The ancient ones or something. So I think they didn't kill all of them, and some of them hid. And then found the Tau later. Gathered up, put in the bin. Cabal is dead. Cabal is dead. Inhaling lasagna, nice. Avatar of Talvar, like Cain and Iniad. I am also on the I'm also on the hill that is the Chaos Gods are just absolute schizos. Where from all of the corruption and shit, they weren't, like, created. They just, like, evolved from previous gods. So Slanesh was born. Yes. She did not technically exist before, even though the gods have always existed, blah blah blah. But, like, Kegarak, for example, I think that he kind of split in his mind, and half of him is Tzeentch and half of him is Kegarak. I think that Khorne split, or Cain became Khorne. I don't think they split. And Aisha maybe kept a small part of herself split, but she became Nurgle. Because when the Ultramarines went into the Nurgle's garden before, I can't remember if some Eldari snuck in behind them, and they found a lady running around, I think. And that's allegedly Aisha. I don't know if that was the Ultramarines there. I can't remember the exact plot line for that. So Yeah. It's canon she's in there, not in another way. Other than prisoner? Yeah. Because, like, the warp isn't a physical reality. Like, it is, but it's not. But it is. But it's not. It's kind of more like solidified souls, but kind of, but not super solid, but kind of solid. She's immune, yeah. You think GW is trying to shuffle off Slaanesh and 40k AOS to be more marketable? They won't get rid of Slaanesh, no, but they will change things to be more family friendly. Schrodinger's warp, yeah. I thought that was apple juice, it was monster. Quantum superposition until the writer needs it to be a super certain way. Yeah, exactly. So anything that exists in the warp, it kind of makes sense if it's like split personalities of gods type thing, because it's like they're not stable. Like, they're stable, they're not gonna disintegrate if people stop believing in them and whatever. Like, they're permanent gods at this point. They're too powerful to not be that. But they're not, like... they're not solid. Slaanesh has been sealed away again. I mean, they could kill Slaanesh. They could revive Iniad, and Iniad could kill Slaanesh and maybe take over in that section, but I don't think they would. Short-term stable, long-term fluid, yeah. Spirit Seers got into the garden, found Aisha. Nurgle turned them into tree things to be tortured. He didn't consume their souls, though, yeah. So I reckon, like, she's kind of like a... not like a banshee, but, like, it's more that her soul is trapped. And he can still test out potions and shit. Because they're, like, semi-solid people when they need to be. But yeah. Hey, Vane. We have just been talking about this for an hour. Do we want to do some recording of painting videos, or are we just talking about lore all stream? Meal prep? Okie dokie. I don't mind. I will yap away. Why are you angry? Oh yeah, I updated my luck commands. You're welcome. Do the Eldar want her back? She can't be the same. Well, yeah. Like... it's like, you can kind of... okay, with Khorne and Kain, I feel like it's the most obvious change. Because if you read the myths behind Eldar God and the stories that they have, like, they're myths, they're not necessarily 100% true, but there is a point in Kain lore, in Eldar myths of gods, where Kain kind of starts being more paranoid and being more aggressive. And I think that's where he begins to become Khorne. They have the same name, more or less, as well. It's fucking stupid. So you can kind of see it happen. You can see the transition. New Tigerman? I have seen the new Tigerman. They're pretty cool. In the past, heavily hinted the ethereals were a creation of someone. Legend's first encounter preceded by strange lights. Yeah. It's also... so in the Sandman video, Sandman did say, that the Cabal, one of the guys in the Cabal being called an Ancient One or whatever it was by the Eldar, was just supposed to be like a nod at the Old Ones, but it wasn't actually a plot line to go anywhere. So, I don't know how solid that is. So much lore, yeah. A lot of lore. Enrock corn backwards, Jesus, yeah. Yeah, the tiger men look cool. Hang on, let me grab those. Am I dumb? Where are the fucking tigers? They were on here, I swear. Was it ages ago? Oh, found it. They look sick. I hope they get models. They probably will. Big Les show? I have. I'm into it? Yeah, maybe. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I understand, like, not bringing back old ones and stuff, like, they're dead. But I reckon there's some good stuff they can do with Tau, especially. And to be honest with you, Diane, even if some of the ethereals were, like, exact, like, copies of the old ones that they descended from, I somewhat doubt some random Eldar who saw one at some point would recognize them. I somewhat doubt. Like, there's so many alien species and shit in the universe, like, there's obviously more than our models, etc. Like, they're not gonna make a random alien for every planet and sell them as models. They're just gonna pick, like, a couple of cool looking ones. So, I reckon after you've seen that many aliens, it's like, it's an alien. I don't recognize this one. Like, you recognize the big ones, like humans, because there's millions of them. You recognize Eldar, because there's millions of them. You recognize XYZ, because there's millions of them. But, like, you're not gonna recognize every single species. The Enforcer from the Master of Maelstrom box? Oh, the lady. Fuck. What's her name? Man, can we just go back to the... Where's the previews? Will she be in here? Yeah, the crocodile lady. Yeah. Cain was a spect of corn. Yeah, it's like how people... In the 8 prongs of the gods thing, people think that Be'lakor is going to be formless distortion. I argue against this in the video. Because... like, I don't really know fantasy stuff. I don't really know AOS stuff. I love the settings. I love the sculpts. I know none of the lore. But Be'lakor in fantasy and AOS, I don't know. He's like a shadow magician, sorcerer guy. And that's why people think he's formless distortion, because shadows are kind of formless sometimes, I guess. But I don't think that that's the case in 40k. Like, Samus has a bigger... like, Samus is more formless distortion than Be'lakor. And, like, Be'lakor does want to ascend. Like, we know he wants to ascend. like, that is a thing he wants. He doesn't want Vashtor to ascend, which is why he sabotaged Vashtor's attack on the rock. He didn't do that to help the Dark Angels. He did that because he didn't want Vashtor to get the key, the engine. Old race that never got models before, yeah. Yeah, this is Samus. He was shadowy when fighting Vashtor. Yeah. Getting shit on by Zinj. And, yeah, so I don't think Be'lakor will ascend. I don't think they will ascend Be'lakor. I don't think they will. They will ascend Vashtor. If they ascend one next, it will be Vashtor. And if they get one after Vashtor, or at the same time, then it will probably be Iniad. Because Iniad is formless right now. Iniad is 5 swords right now. Iniad does not have a form. But that's my only, like, argument for that. What was the other one? Ravenous Dissolution. I think that is Tauva. I think that's Tauva. And then obviously the other one is the Emperor. Go against his story. First prince, strongest demon prince, 4 gods united in only one thing. Not letting Be'lakor ascend, yeah. Yeah. Also true. Barghesi. Sent to contain them, prevent the Tyranids from devouring them. What is this in relation to? What is that a reply to? Malice? Malice is a toughie because... Hang on, let me grab the... Let me grab this. Oh, it's gonna open in fucking Reddit, isn't it? It's not. Okay. This is the map. Malice cannot be on this. Because Malice is no longer legal. Malice will never be legal. Allow. Yes. Abaddon figuring out a way to become a Primarch and that's still corrupted by chaos and not a demon, that way he can stand on even footing. I don't think you can become a Primarch. Thought he was meant to be Be'lakor's replacement equivalent for 40k. Malal is illegal, Malice is different. Oh, okay. They're the same person to me. He does have enough chaos use. Malal's the one with legal issue, Malice is legally distinct. Okay. There are sons of Malice. Yes. I don't think they will ever be made important enough to actually be important for anything. I don't think that's a route that will ever go down. Archeon. I mean, Abaddon is the Chosen. We have been told that. He is the Chosen of the gods. If he wants the Primarchs to do something with him or for him, he just asks them and they basically have to say yes. Like, he has, like, Magnus has done stuff that he's told him to do. I think Fulgrim has. Peter Arbo, I think, did some stuff. Elbaddon, there's a whole short story. Some Malice do have rituals that do summon something that's a warp entity that isn't part of the main four. Yeah. I just don't think, like... I mean... Concept of an entity that yearns for destruction of all. It's pretty good. It is. And it would make sense for... I don't know. Encroaching ruin, maybe. But that's more or less, like... I don't know. Nid Hivemind. The Nids do not have warp presence. They cannot be on the circle. The Nids are outside of the circle. GSC do? How they function? I don't think it is. Hang on. Yeah, they just have the shadow in the warp. Archeon made other AOS gods team up to push him back. Triangle drawn around the circle, wondering what the hell's going on. Yeah. They can use the warp. So, from my understanding, Tyranids do not use the warp. They use something else. But the something else that they use is loud enough that it causes the shadow in the warp. Because their hive mind telepathy stuff is so loud as well. So it kind of like, it does like the nulling it out. They don't use warp travel, they use warp power. Psychers, neurothropes. It's not warp though. I'm pretty sure if they were warp, things like Sisters of Silence would be able to nullify Tyranids, but I don't think they can. Because it's different. They are. Since the Nids are essentially one entity and foreign to the galaxy, their warp would be foreign and all-encompassing as they are. Maybe it's a different warp. Maybe it's a parallel warp. I think I did research this in some way. I don't think they do anything against Tyranids. What animation, Leo? Winds of Magic. Walk Warp. In the Tithes. I don't remember. Taking the psychic tide at the end is revealed. Blah blah blah. Nothing. There's nothing. Really hard to find things out sometimes. They beat up Korn once. Doom of Milan Tai literally figured out how to sustain itself on souls. Belthosaurus Gex, no. It's not the conventional sense of warp and soul, but they do mimic Stolsum genes that allow warp flow. Kind of like how a null Psi Titan directs warp blast. Yeah, because they do eat stuff and absorb shit. Vanishingly rare, rarer, blah blah blah, be executed by witch hunters. This of silence don't exist, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Communicate. Don't care. Ugh. Ugh. Why can't someone just write something? The massive psychic presence of a hive mind creates shadow in the warp, a void that disrupts warp travel and psychic communication for others. Yeah, that's what shadow in the warp is. Orcs can warp travel without a Geller field, yeah. Hunting demons. Oh. Is the Tyrannid's warp presence? I didn't think Shadow in the Warp was an actual warp, like, power. I thought it was more like if you had a walkie-talkie set to every possible frequency all at the same time, and it cancelled out literally every other frequency because they were using them all. I thought that was just what Shadow in the Warp was. That's how I understood it. It lacks a soul. Yeah. That's the other thing. Tyranids don't have souls, do they? Turbulent firing with static. It's like a moving EMP. Tyranids soul. Do Tyranids have souls? I can't read that, that's too much writing. Okay. They do have souls. Hive Fleet Leviathan attack. Shadowbring of last humans battle ceased, giving the demons new power. Spilling Tyranids wasn't like spilling blood, or like killing animals, so essentially, while they have presence, they won't be empowering. Okay. Four-armed Emperor. I have a big soul. It seems that the hive mind has a big soul. And then it's just kind of like strawed out into the little guys. But not very much. Enemy psycho down. Yeah, but like, I don't... Hang on. Before I say something stupid. Warhammer 40k. Unsure. I wasn't sure if Psycho was an all-encompassing or just for warp stuff. I'm gonna die on this hill. I won't call it this hole. Just one huge soul. Four-armed Emperor. Fast travel, push down on space. It pushes down on the warp too. Yeah. You missed it again? Oh, no, I was there. I'm sorry. I was lurking. Hello, Crad. Only one Tyrannid per Hive Fleet, the various gaunts just extensions? Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing. 40k has other magic types other than Warp Psyker. It's just so rare and loosely defined that it'll often be assumed to be Warp Psyker based. I thought that humans, for example, would just call something like a Neurothrope or a Zoanthrope an enemy Psyker, for example, because it's the equivalent. They don't have a separate thing for it. It's like, oh, it's a Tyrannid wizard. They're not going to say that. They're going to call it a Psyker no matter what. They don't, like... I don't think Tyrannids are warp wizards. They have their own thing. Four-armed Emperor is the hive mind, all the Gene Stealer souls go to him, or is it his own thing? Huh. I mean, I think the Four-armed Emperor is just a, like, projection of the hive mind, right? It's not actually a guy. It's just whatever hive mind is in charge of that Gene Stealer that went down. The Patriarch, whatever. One of the lost forgotten Primarchs that got Gene Stealed. I mean, there was an avatar of Cain that got Gene Stealed. So, it's possible. Sure. Not Psycho, why can they suffer perils of the warp? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think any demons ever burst out of a Tyrannid. Yeah. I don't think you could make a demon host out of a Tyrannid, let's say. How did Cain get his genes stealed? Basically, there was a planet that Ivrain went to look for one of the Crone Swords. And when she got there, she found a bunch of Eldar on the planet, and she was like, wow, there's people here, wow. And then she started noticing things and she was like, ah, this is a gene stealer cult. And then she discovered a avatar of Cain that looked very strange. And it's not explained how it happened, but it's assumed that... So when you, incarn an avatar of Cain, you have to basically sacrifice someone. And then that person is the pilot of the avatar of Cain. I'm really bad at explaining it, but it's basically that. And so the idea is that the person that they sacrificed for that, to be the pilot, was also a gene stealer, like an infected Aldari. So then the avatar took those, like, traits when it was, like, avatared. It doesn't matter what, like, anything can, pilot an avatar of Cain if it does the ritual to get into the pilot seat, essentially. And the avatar will always take on, like, traits of the person piloting it, kind of. I don't know how to explain it the best words because I suck at words. Gene Stealer cult. Gene Stealers are cut off from the hive mind. The colors are all unique. I don't think so. Well, yeah, Gene Stealers do go off by themselves, like, ahead of, or, like, mainly ahead of hive fleets, because it, like, prepares the planet for invasion, and it makes it less work when the invasion comes, because they're already there. But I don't think they're disconnected. The Patriarch is the Patriarch comes down, the Patriarch starts doing its... putting eggs in people, and then it kind of goes into, like, stasis until the Hive Fleet gets close enough. Like, it goes into standby mode while things happen, right? But it's still, like, communicating. It's still, it's like, it's just kind of there. It's just not doing much. The Avatar of Cain is a statue of lava. Can be turned into a gene stealer is just bad writing. Because it still needs to be piloted. And the person piloting it is still, like, it still affects the physical appearance and traits and stuff that the avatar has. The hive mind will shield their souls from Slash. Oh, okay. I didn't know that bit. That's cool. Obliterator virus. Anything with genes can be gene stealed. An Exarch, he's not the pilot. Avatar kills the person. Yes. Can't catch a break, yeah. Sia and the soul of the sacrifice give the avatar the idea of what to do and where to go. Yeah. But if that idea comes from someone who is gene stealer infected, then they're going to take on those traits as well. Like, the person who gets sacrificed and whatever, it doesn't matter. The avatar just does what it's told. It does not matter what point of view it's coming from. Suss them out immediately. Yeah. But yeah, okay, let's do some painting tip videos. I ran out of juice. Ran out of snacks. On some stuff. Where should we start? And this is why I struggle. It's like, I have a list, and then it's like, oh, which order do we do this in? Where do we begin? More snacks? I don't have any more snacks. I went to the shop yesterday, and I was scammed by Lidl. Lidl scammed me. I had a voucher for a free demi baguette, and I was like, cool, half a baguette. That's pretty sick. So I went to the bakery section, I got a demi baguette out of the demi baguette window that was above the full baguette window, and I went on my merry way. I had a voucher for a free packet of biscuits. I went on my merry way to the biscuit aisle, where there were biscuits, and I picked a packet of biscuits, and I thought, these look fancy, these look cool. I'm gonna get these. And then I waltzed my little way over to the till, and I put in the baguette, and the till said, this is the wrong baguette. This is not the right weight. And I thought, the fuck? So the lady came over, and she said, that's not the right baguette. That's not a demi baguette. And I was like, oh, it was in the window that said demi baguette. Like, it was in that bit. And she went and had a look, and she came back. She said, oh, someone's put the artisanal baguettes in the demi baguette area. And I said, well, can I have it as a demi baguette? And she was like, no. So I was like, oh, okay. I won't get it then. So she took it away, and she was really angry with me. And then I scanned the biscuits, and I put the biscuits in, and I scanned my little card, and the till was like, these don't count as the free biscuits, even though they're in the biscuit section, and they're made out of biscuit, and they are biscuits, and they go with everything that is on the voucher that describes the things that I'm allowed to get with this voucher. So I called her over and I was like, it's not putting my voucher on this either. And she said, those aren't biscuits. So I was like, okay, well, I won't get them then. And she was just so, like, aggressive. And it's like, I'm not stealing. I just wanted a baguette and I wanted my biscuits. Like, I did get some other stuff. I got some, like, cheese, and I've eaten the cheese. And it was just kind of like, why are you so aggressive? It's a baguette. Why do you care so much? Affected by choice. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, so I'm a little bit salty. I just wanted a baguette and I wanted my cheese, and so I left Avatar of Cain, piloted by Titus in Space Marine 4. Oh, that's actually hilarious. I'm gonna screenshot that. I am saving that. I'm sending that to FTG. He deserves this. If he makes a video about Space Marine 4, and this is included, you know it's because I've sent him this. There you go. I'm making you famous. Okay. I wanted my biscuits, yeah. Logged me out of your Steam. Yes. Can you do you have my password? Can you do the thing? The passcode thing, and I'll approve it on my phone. No. Oh, I see. Can I have the password again? I don't know what my password is. Okay, since we're going to do some painting things, let's go to the actual painting screen. Let me find my Steam. Give me a second. But yeah, so I left Lidl and I went next door to Waitrose and I got an actual... Can you stop spamming the notification noises? Jesus Christ. Sorry. Are they the same? Oh, they're not the same. Why am I... Steam password's different. I don't know. WhatsApp. Oh, I can scan that. There you go. Time request is expired. Do it again. Send me another one. Went to see a friend in England. Went to cinema to see Zootopia 2. Zootropolis. So why not? I was getting food and drink, asked for a juice, and the person serving me was like, what fruit juice they had, and I had to say no, a Pepsi. Person serving was like, a fizzy juice. Juice can mean fizzy or fruit juice. Who the fuck says juice? Who says juice? No, what? You don't just say juice. Kane will be punched to death by Titus Calgar multiple times in the past. I love that you spelt Calgar like that, because I just got the image of the wizard Calgar from Warhammer in my mind just punching Titus. And that was very funny. He's just a little wizard. He's just a little wizard. Okay, let's film some shit. Let's film some shit. Do I need my keyboard? I don't know. You're welcome. Superior science, not everything 40k can understand is warp. They just want your cool toys. Yeah, hang on. I need to get a fucking... What? Because my hair is annoying me. My hair clips are, because I keep moving them. Because I keep using them and then not putting them back in a place that is useful. Yeah. I have too many things on my desk. We should clean my desk at some point. That would be useful. It was all pop Coke. Where I stay clearly. Yeah, but like, if you go to like a pub, right? Or a bar at a cinema or whatever, and you see that they have like a gun with like juice, like orange juice, water, tonic, Coke is normally on it. Like the gun at the bar, right? And then behind them, or in front of them, they have a thing which has like Fanta, Sprite, Dr. Pepper Diet, Pepsi, not Pepsi, you know? Do you just go up to them and say, juice, please? Like, there's 6 options. There's so many, there's more than one option in your rendition of calling it juice. Like, if you went to a vending machine, or your friend was like, I'm going to the vending machine, what do you want? And you just say juice. But the vending machine has like apple juice, orange juice, Coke, Diet Coke, Pepsi, Pepsi Max, Cherry Pepsi, Fanta, Diet Fanta, Lemon Fanta, fucking Dr. Pepper, whatever. You can't just say juice. You can't just say juice, mate. That's not how the— I'm sorry to go off about you on this, but I can't let this go. I can't let this stand. I can't let it stand. It's like, if I go to a restaurant, they have the drinks, right? I normally get apple juice because I'm a baby. But, so I would say, like, can I have the juice? but I would point at it on the menu so they know which one I want. Or, more often than not, I would say, oh, can I have the apple juice, please? I wouldn't just say, the juice. Bring me the juice. Kids menu? I do order off the kids menu frequently. More grouping, for example, you want a juice? Sure. Cool, what do you want? A Fanta? No problem. Oh, I see. The categories. I see. But yeah, a juice is from a fruit or a vegetable if you're so fancy. But a fizzy drink, it's like, oh, do you want a drink? You just say, do you want a drink? You don't say juice. Juice is just fruit juice. Fizzy juice is not real. You got a fizzy drink? You want some fizzy pop? You want a sody pop? If you're American? Do you want a carbonated beverage? Do you want full fat or skimmed? I like saying skimmed. If people ask me, if I ask for like a Pepsi or something, and they ask me which one I want, I say skimmed. And then all my friends are like full fat. And then I say skimmed. Because we just think it's funny. It's our little funny. But we've never had anyone question it. They always just, they understand. Rules for juice? I mean, we probably have legal naming rules for juice as well. Skimmed Pepsi? Yeah. Just a little off the top. Skimmed Pepsi, I'm giving you pilk. Well, because it's like, it's full fat. Or it's diet. I know that it's not full fat. I know that it's just with sugar and without sugar. But because it's called diet, it implies that undiet is with fat. So you have to imagine it like when you get a fresh bowl of Pepsi, bucket of Pepsi, there's just like a layer of lard on top that gets scraped off if you want diet. That's how I think of it. And that's why I don't drink many fizzy drinks, because I don't like the idea of that. I put myself off. My racing stripes? In the racing stripe pot. Dollar store apple juice, sweetened apple flavored beverage. When you juice the Pepsi juice, you skim the fat off the top. Yes, yes. Okay, right. I'm gonna, oh, jeez. Let me leave you with the thumbnail real quick, because I need to pee. Really bad. Okay, you keep the thumbnail. You stay here. There you go. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. Sorry. I've been blessed with food. Alright, I should get the camera out. I don't know whether to keep my keyboard out. And do like bullet points for things I want to talk about in each one. Oh, I can do it on my whiteboard. I'll do it on. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Jams and Molly, how do you spam the notification sounds? Spam typo text. Oh. Okay. Let me take a picture of this because I know you all want to know what it is. This is the other thing, like, I was recording a video before. I had to re-record it because I had to, like, go do something mid-recording, and then when I came back, I was just so out of breath. I was, like, trying really hard not to, like, pant. But I was. And it was really obvious. I thought I hid it well, but I didn't. Right. Videos. The law. Oh, you're still talking about juice. No weed break? Oh yeah, sorry. I didn't leave anyone in charge. You leave spritzy until no fizz, yeah. It's I don't like it when it's fizzy. It's not super good when it's flat, but it's better than it is when it's fizzy. First base of color for my big boy. This floppy resin is so hard to work with. After sanding, it's still hairy. How to smooth these floppy soft resin. After you sanded it, did you rinse it? Did you wash it? Because sometimes the dust is like static to the resin. So you get like peach fluff. And essentially all you can do is get like a bowl of like warm water with like washing up liquid in it and just give them a little swirl around in there. You don't need to do a lot. But if you sand anything, even when you do mold lines, you should probably do it. Things just like statically cling to itself. Oh yeah, when is Fantasy F1? When should I make that? Am I seeing the greatest trade deal in the history of trade deals? Yes. $35 or 45%. Athleticism of a 90-year-old? Yeah. Sorry, I've caught up. How you doing, Clone Squad? What happened to the other 103? Week of the first race? Okay. I couldn't remember if it's like a little while before or what. Okay, let me have some food because I'm hungry. I didn't bring a knife. Okay, let's make a plan. What should we do first? Should we do brushes? I can't tell if that's rope. I'm trying really hard not to touch it with my hands, so I don't have to go and wash my hands again. But it's roast pork. It's held together with string. String out. I've also got a sore throat and soz. I keep like choking on everything. I should have brought a knife. Who's your favorite driver? Let me take you on a tour. And let me fix my... Yeah. So, we start off strong. It's upside down. Let me turn this upside down. That is not upside down. That is horizontal. So this is my team. Okay. Let me just... You stay there for a second. Let me just... Let me just, my favorite shirt. It is backwards. Alright. Okay. Do you want me to show you the Oscar shirts? I do have just a regular McLaren one as well. But I have Oscar's first place shirt as well. And then I have my McLaren Lando team shirt thingy. Well. There you go. I like McLaren. I don't really have a favorite driver. It's whoever is driving for McLaren. Not Abel Penn. The not Abel pins. Lando Monsters, yes. They're the best flavor. There you go. Oh. The only Lego I have out right now. It's the last year's. Last year's car. Chocolate? I don't have any chocolate. I wish I had chocolate. Can you see chocolate? I don't have any chocolate. Very sad. Revan is 5'6" and bald. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Alright, let me eat. I don't know if you're interested in... I have roast parsnips, a bit of roast pork, gravy. And then we'll film some stuff. Lego 40k. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Oh, that's why it was flipped. You have chocolate? Oh, what chocolate do you have? You go. You look at the thumbnail while I eat. Good thumbnail. I'm proud of that thumbnail. I like doing silly things to my thumbnails. I think it's fine for like live streams. I'll just keep the professional thumbnails on the videos. But I think for live streams I can have the silly ones. The red sauce, crabapple jelly. Something broke. What broke? Small letters. Nice and roast pork, yeah. You mean broke? I'll add small letters to the list of the freehanding. Maybe. More freehand tips. 3. Delicate shapes, letters, numbers, and like, I don't know. That can probably be its own thing. And then we'll do more freehand tips. Or realism. There is no in between. We go straight from basic shapes and letters to realism. Murals. Tips on planning. Oh, yes. I have that is already written on here. That is already written on here. I feel like I do that a lot. Yeah. I haven't made a color theory video. I do want to. I have been kind of put off doing it because one of my friends... there was drama around something, and now it's like, I feel like if I make that video that I've had plans to make for ages, then... I don't know. She won't like me. Are your fingers covered in blood? My VTuber model. But like... it's a very common video that I kind of want to make. Like, it's just a... it's just color theory. And like how to use it to your advantage type video. But someone I know... like, I didn't go to art school, I didn't go to like university to study art. I just did art at school when I was like 16, up until I was 16. So everything I know about art is either self-study, or I just picked it up along the way, or I was taught it when I was a literal child. And one of my friends took offense at another painter making a video about a painting concept. That is a very common concept and is literally a very basic thing in composition. And... yeah. I feel like if I make a video now especially, then I'm gonna be in the firing line for like copying her. But it's such a basic concept that I don't think it's something that's like, I'm literally not copying you. I'm sorry. It's literally a color theory concept. It's not anything like astounding. I have heard that it's not something that everyone gets taught in school, whereas it was something that I was taught in school. So I just assumed everyone learnt it from school. Hey, Dawn. I have roast pork. Best color scheme for each faction. Yeah. I mean, part of the, like, going through all the legions of Space Marines, is getting all of those done and then going through the other factions as well. Color theory, yeah. Color theory doesn't exist, it's fake. But I will still make videos on it. Well, you were still 12, 13. I'm older than FTG. Not much. Not by much, but I am. Ain't no theory. Terminology for classification, yeah. And it's so, like, wishy-washy that it doesn't even work half the time. Harbinger's worst place from Birmingham? What about colors? Early Legion? Yeah, so... I started doing... I don't have my keyboard. Hang on, let me grab my keyboard. God damn it. Me every time I put my keyboard away to paint. Oh, I need my keyboard real quick. Did I delete it though? No, I didn't. So over Christmas, GW released these PDFs. Sorry, it's gonna be super mega bright for a second. And it was all of the Horus Heresy, like, guides for painting them. So I downloaded all of them, obviously, and I was going to, like, do a video for each of them and be like, yeah, you don't need this many paints, you don't need these. You can literally just do it with these, like, 6 paints. So I have the Loyalist ones, I have the Traitor ones, and obviously we've only done an Ultramarine, which is, like, the same before and after. I don't know if I'm gonna do all of the Horus ones, or if I'm just gonna do the 40k ones and then do the Horus ones eventually afterwards. Unsure. Yeah, they want to sell paint, but like... And it is kind of helpful, because people don't like tutorials where it's like, and then I used a monument paint, and then I used an army painter paint, and then I used a Valley Joe paint, and then they have to go, they feel like they have to go out and buy 6 different brands of paint for one thing. So it is more useful than that type of tutorial. Which is when, like, when I make mine, it takes a while for me to make mine, because I have to, like, go and find... I use Army Painter paint, but I go and find, like, the equivalent in Citadel. Mainly Citadel. I don't really look at the other brands, to be fair. So it's like, if you already have this paint in this brand, just use this. You don't need to buy the exact paint that I'm using. I feel like people get caught up on that a lot. Sorry, I'm almost done. Yeah, I mean, Army Painter is really good for that. They do have a chart that they have that is like compare and contrast different brands. What is the same, what is not the same. But some of them aren't correct. So I do extra research. I uncovered a conspiracy on the Army Painter website because the swatches that they give content creators to use for videos are not the same swatches as the ones on the website, but only They are only not the same for greens and reds. I think they fixed it now. But oh my god, that was killing me. When I was doing that Tech Marine video, it was killing me. Okay, I finished my pork. Monster or water? Picture what I want when I go to do it doesn't turn out well. Yeah, that's also what I want to help with. Like, it's yeah. Community-driven site. Oh, okay. What site's that? Monster. Spare your kidneys. Water. I guess frog, so is brown. The final form. Yeah. Emotes. Tier 2 is conspiracy. Tier 3 is bucket. What do you mean? Seven reds, but I used 2. Yeah. White is all of them. In light, white is all of them. You'll get timed out if you post a link. Can you just name... Just type the name of it, not as a link, and I will Google it. Unless you're subbed. I don't know if you're subbed. Army Crafter. Oh! I think I've been sent here before. Going through the models, making a tier list of how fun they would be to paint. I have got that written down as, like, ultimate slop. I do have videos like that written down. I have my videos set to, like, various levels of slop. With, like, actual helpful videos. Ones that would be fun to make, but aren't super helpful. And then ultimate slop. Which is like things that are easy to make that I can do really quickly and bring no value to anything except for something to watch. Oh, thank you for the gifted, Aaron. There you go. There you go, Dawn. Refresh your page. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I've seen this website before. This is a good website. Would recommend. It's fun and slop, yeah. I don't know where they get their swatches from on this site. I don't know who maintains this site. You don't look at tutorials? Yeah. My name is Daniel, and I run and develop Army Crafter. Okay, it's Daniel. Yeah, it's like an actual up-to-date heavy archive I don't think Heavy Archive is actually up to date. He hasn't posted on Instagram in 75 weeks, so I don't know how up to date this website is. But that would be cool though if it was. Percentage similarity is good too. Add the search paints next to them so it's not just numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, so you can upload recipes and shit. Okay. I haven't looked at it very hard before. But... let me check. Oh! Looked at that. Cool. Okay, right. The Google. The list. Let's do some, filming. Let's be productive. Send it in stream chat. Also true. There is stream chat in Discord. Okay. So... Thank you, Aaron. Hey, Norman. Let's have a look. Looking forward to the slap. Peak sloppage. 100k bit reward for death set? Yeah. I mean, there's like one person. Your Discord link image is interesting. What is my Discord link image? Oh, yeah, it's that one. I should get a new one. It's outdated. But that's effort and money, and I can't be bothered. Imagine a frog in more than one mod. Imagine. Imagine. I have a bunch of them. I've been slowly culling them, to be fair. Right. First. Should we do some brushes? Should we look at brushes? I probably have to do research for brushes. Because I can only recommend brushes that I've used. But, like, honestly... See, I don't think I'm super useful for this. Because, like, I just go to a shop and I look at the brush and I think, this brush looks like a brush. And then I buy the brush. Like, there's not a lot of thought process when I buy brushes. I just look at it and I think, ah, yes, this is indeed a brush. You know what I mean? Hang on, my lint roller has run out of space. Too much shit on the desk. I need to clean my desk. So bad. Bristles on a stick? Yeah. I don't ban Mort. Okay, let me sort out my lighting. Real quick. You get stuck there. Oh, because there's a thing there. What is that? Oh! Oh, I broke my lamp. Oopsies. Can you fix? How the fuck do you break a lamp? Get lamp. Oh. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Apparently I pulled it sideways too much. Oopsies. Okay. Why is it? It's still adjusting the the thing. Hang on. So when it does this. Unlock. Lock. That's better. Good job, team. Right, let me check. Colors are good. Cool. Okay. Let's do some stuff. It's trying to focus on that blob. It's not want to focus on that blob, and it's zoomed in. Okay. We have maintained. Okay, good. My eyes, I know. I'm sorry. It's so much effort setting this up sometimes. It's like, well, I'm tired now. Okay. Mint you with a brush used for house? I mean, you can. Right. I'm nervous. I don't like filming in front of people, but I can't be bothered to do it off stream. They're sponges, but not bristles. You strike down a Aaron, he shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Yeah. Okay. Let's do... I don't know how to, like... How do I do this? Like, I can do the yapping, but I don't know what to do, like... here. Do I paint various things with various brushes and say why this brush is good for this thing and this brush is good for this thing, but they're both bad at this other thing? Or do I just, like, hold the brushes up and be like, this is a brush? Because that means I need to find something to paint. And some paint. Ugh. Okay. This is primed. We'll use this. Fuck it. Give me a second. Ninjutsu hand gestures, yeah. Oh, I can do it on this. And cover some freehanding stuff as well. I think I can show most things on this panel. But I will need to for a brush. And it's not a very specific panel, so it's a 3D print of a Titan leg. A little bit dusty. Brush. Okay. Is clean. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the brushes that I most often use. And I'm just gonna use those. I don't think I need to show you other ones. I don't use other ones. Unless that would be useful. But I don't know how useful that would be. Because I don't use them. I can't really speak on things that I don't use. As much as people want me to. Yeah. It's my spotter. Also, you will see the disgustingness of some of my brushes and so. Where did I put that Game Envy brush that I used for a little while? Did I put it back in the... I don't think it was that one. It was the number 2. That one. I have too many brushes. Jeez. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, well, I'll put that one with it. Where's my old Psycho? I'll show you my bristleless brush as well, because it's funny. And we want... have that one. I'm trying to also show brushes that, like, you wouldn't necessarily think to use, I guess. That I use from the canvas side. That I, like, also use for minis. It's chewed. Hello, Tundra. Void due to condiments, yes. Loved your video with Colin, thank you! What does the brush taste like? Use a new brush of different types, dip them in condiments. It will taste of the condiment. Brushes don't really taste of anything. Honestly, I ignore brush sizes. I ignore brush sizes. I've never paid attention to brush sizes. Like, even when doing stuff on canvas, it's just like, oh, I like the look of this brush, I'll use this one. I want to close my door because I can hear people. Girl Scout's nice. Things like eyes. Wait, what's the question? Even what with eyes? Where is my sponge on a stick? Oh, and I want my cocktail sticks. And we want... It's not a brush. Sponge on a stick. Sponge on a stick. Cool, I think that's all of the, like, brushes and actual brushes that I use. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna close my door. Hopefully no one will come and open the door to let the cat in. Hopefully the cat does not notice that my door is closed. Ah, I'm scared. Procrastinating? Even brush size? Oh, no. I just don't look at the brush size bit. Like, where are my canvas brushes? For example, this is my most used canvas brush. It's a 4. Okay. Where did I put? Not the one I picked up, but thanks. This is a size 4. It's kind of similar, but it's not the same. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're painting an eye, you don't, like, if you just go by, like, oh, this is a size, I don't know, 0. And someone told me to use a size 0 for eyes. But you struggle using it for eyes, then just, I don't know what size this is. This is small. I would use this for eyes, maybe. But more likely than not, I would use this, because it has more of a belly. So it's more useful for things like eyes. Even though it's like 10 times the size of the tiny one. It just depends what you're doing. That's why, like, I feel like videos like this aren't super helpful. And if I make this video, which I am doing, it's going to be kind of like, just use whatever's comfortable and works. Like, I use a lot of these triangle army painter ones because they're easy for me to hold. I have these army painter ones, but I don't use them for as long because they're too small, so I don't really use them too much. I have 2 of those. Let me put these in an order. We can put special brushes at the end. I'll put those together. We'll put the big brushes together. We'll probably do those first, because that's generally where you start. Also, I feel bad. This was a really nice brush. But I don't take care of my brushes because I suck, but I also don't see the point because they tend to take care of themselves. Okay, let me grab some water, let me grab some paint. It's festering. Clean my water pot. Somewhat. I'm glad you liked the video. I'm all about conspiracy theories. I love them. Not real life ones, just fantasy ones. What was that? Good tip. Yeah. Talk about the brushes that you use, when and how, that way. Yeah, I will. Like, I'm gonna go through all of the brushes that I use and be like, this is what I use this for, this is what I use this for, this is why it's useful. This is what you should look for if you're looking to do this kind of thing on your Mini. This is what you should look for when blah blah blah. I think the main thing that people ask or concern about is like synthetic versus sable. And various other animals.
5 months book.
6 months, thank you for the sub. TY. Old brushes, speed paint contrast. I don't even. Like, I just have... I can't even tell you how many of these brushes I have. Let me grab the ones I can see. Like, I'm not joking. I would never joke. I'm not a jokey person. I'm the opposite of a jokey person. I'm very serious at all times. No, not that one. Okay, let me check that these are all the same before I start chatting shit. Okay, yep. I have this many of the exact same brush. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 of these. I use these for pretty much everything. The clean ones, they're special. They're clean. Yeah, they have virgin brushes. This one, I use for... I don't know what I use that for. I don't know what this is. But I use this for something. It'll get washed eventually. This one, liquid latex. That's what is on that. That's why it is blue. This one, clean. That one is also clean. That one goes in this pile. No. We'll use a dirty one for this. These ones that are kind of clean, these are for cleaning my water pot. Depending which one I reach for first, those are for water pot cleaning. They just go in the water pot. And they get paint out of pots. This one is dusty. Why are you dusty? What are you for? Chalk. It smells like chalk. It makes sense. Okay, that's my chalk brush, apparently. And this one is... I think this is a water pot one, I just haven't cleaned it. It's just got dry paint on it. So yeah, I just have a bunch of those because they're useful for shit. I was given these, I will say. I did not pay for these. I was gifted them. Because GW was like, do you want like 50 of these? And I was like, yeah. So I have them. Okay. Let's find some paint. What color shall we paint this? I want 4 colors. Chat, give me 4 colors. During recording. The recording will only pick up the camera. It does not pick up alerts. It does not do any of that. It picks up me talking. It does not pick up any of the sounds or anything. You can do whatever you want. On each brush. Oh, it might be a PVA brush. You're not wrong. Magenta, pink, cyan, orange, purple, yellow, black. Do we still want this to look good afterwards? I mean, it's a resin print. No, it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, let's do this. Cyan. We'll do the trim yellow. Gold. Oh, we should probably do a metallic, shouldn't we? So I can use a metallic brush. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Do a gradient or something. Okay, let's get a palette. Let's get some paint. Thank you for the follows, Isa. Gray. Pivot the video from brush review to it doesn't matter. We'll do an it doesn't matter. Don't worry. Hazard stripes. Okay, so we'll go from blue to this. Well, that's why I picked this as well, because like it's a armor. And then we will need white and black, or at least white, and order things. And I don't know, I guess yellow would work. How do I start the video? Do I just put all of the brushes in the middle? Put paint out. I will also be giving myself notes to like fast forward or whatever. I also need to try and keep it in the center of screen. Golden Demon piece that never made it? Yeah. Yeah. One of those. Okay. Itch. I was gonna say, like, I'll just do, like, primary colors, but it looks so bad. Also, this is about brushes, this is not about watering paint down, so we're not going to talk about that. Sorry. That's more or less white. Okay, we're not going to use white. What else would be good? Ochre. Okay. I might get a third blue. Blue here. You. Green. They make it so hard some. Oh, that'll work. We'll do this one. Okay, so we're doing a blue with yellow, and then we'll do, I don't know, silver trim. Very Thousand Suns sounding. What color trim does Thousand Suns have? I don't know. Not remember. Okay. So, gold, but they're yellow. You want gold and yellow. Ew. Okay. So we'll start with a big brush with the base, and then we'll do little things. It doesn't matter how long it takes to record because I can edit it down. Why is that one turned on? Give me a second. Oh. The fuck? Apparently my game screen was recording that whole time. But I don't know what was recording. Usually gold. Hail Malice. What? Why are you saying question mark? To wear the big hat to use the big brush? Yes. Okay, I think we're ready to do this. Shall I start with all of the brushes in the screen? I will make my own thumbnail. This is not for thumbnail purposes. This is just for start of video, hey gang, purposes. I have too many brushes. I have too many brushes. Okay. It's in their Egyptian headpieces. The yellow, yeah. Okay. Right. Don't watch me. I'm shy. I'm shy. Okay. I'm just gonna ramble for a while. I think that's a good idea. Okay, it is 3:06. We want to go until 3:16 maximum. If this crashes OBS, unfortunate. I'm gonna yawn. Hey gang, today I wanted to talk to you about the brushes that I use. I get a lot of questions about which brush I use for what, and how I decide which brushes to use, especially with like brush sizes and the amount of belly the brushes have. So I thought I'd go through my array of brushes and tell you what I use them all for while I paint this little panel of a 3D printed Titan. Okay. And then we move this all off to the side. I mixed brushes, hang on. Special ones. Big ones. Little ones. Okay, cool. Alright, and then we'll cut to here. Okay, I need to yawn again. So the first brush that I always go in with, or mostly always go in with, is just a Citadel base medium synthetic brush. I kind of just use these for everything. They're just big brushes, so if you need to get a big base coat down, then this is like the easiest way to do that. So for example, if I'm using blue, I'm making a big blue boy, we just go in and we just cover everything in blue with this brush. It doesn't really hold too much paint because it's synthetic. It is quite thin, like it doesn't have a big belly to it. So we just kind of scrub the paint on. And it's fairly good at spreading paint out without making big thick bits. I'm not really watering this paint down either. That's not really this video, but just getting all the blue. And because it is just a big multi-purpose brush, I'm not really super careful either. I just kind of wedge it into all the edges, and I don't really think about it too much. Okay. So we'll speed that up. Let's get that hair out. Yeah. Get the hair out, thank you. Alright. Easy peasy. Making you laugh. I'm looking down at this when I'm talking. Soz. So after you've got the base down, you can just keep going with this one. It's pretty good for blending as well. So if I was going to do a gradient and keep this kind of the base blue and then bring it up, I would also kind of just whack that on. On top. The base wasn't completely dry, so it is kind of mixing a bit more than I thought it was gonna, but it's okay. And then give it a little rinse. And then you can kind of make these little blendy bits as like a quick kind of fail-safe for when you come in with your nicer brushes. Because right now we're just kind of sketching what we want. And then again, if we wanted to bring this up even further in this gradient, I would still just use the same brush. Most of all of the painting that I do just stick to the same kind of like 3 brushes. So it's just very easy. So yeah, so you've got a kind of basic, very sketchy gradient. And then we have to wait for this to dry because the paint's taking 6 years to dry. Which is annoying because I didn't really want it to mix like that, but we deal with it. We deal with it. I might give it another layer of the dark one. It is a bit thin. I don't know why it's not drying. Kind of annoying. This is also the issue with making painting videos. Like, if it goes wrong, then it's like, you just have to kind of pretend it's not going wrong. Okay. Sketchy, yeah. Okay. I think we'll have to do a different bit while we wait for that. It's kind of difficult. I don't know. Okay. Round or square? Okay, we can talk about that. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I don't think of things like that. Okay, well, let's do some more middle painting and I'll talk about that. Yeah, okay. So the reason that I use this brush is mainly because it has that, like, curve. It's quite flat as a brush. It's not like a cone. It's kind of like a finger type shape. So it's really good for just, like, shoveling paint around and just chucking it on. It's pretty good at that. And because it's just a sort of bad synthetic brush, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't stay pointy, because it wasn't a point to begin with. If you do want to use a more pointy brush, let me just... If you want to use a more pointy brush, I have been using one of these, which is a Army Painter Wargamer monster brush. It does have that cone shape. It is quite big. It has a lot of belly. So when we talk about belly on brushes, it's basically how much volume of water... The volume of water that the brush can hold in its bristles. So, for example, next to this one, this does not have a belly. This cannot hold a lot of water. This one can hold a lot of water. So depending how you prefer to paint, you will prefer one or the other. I kind of switch between the two because I do have a preference, but I know how to use both. Having a belly is more useful for things where you want the paint to exist for a long time. So, for example, if we wanted to finish this gradient nicely and smooth it down, right? I would use this brush. So I would just dip it in the water, so it's full of water. I kind of just squish it a little bit with my lips, but it's full of water. It's very wet. And then I just dip it in the paint that I want to use, but I don't, like, mix the water into the paint itself. And then because the brush is full of water, we can then put the paint on it, and immediately you can see how the water from the brush is just making it kind of thin. It's thinning the paint for me, so I can kind of move it around, but it's still depositing paint. So this is really useful if you're trying to, like, do detailing, for example. Like, obviously with a gradient it's sort of different, but if you wanted to do, like, stripes or something and you didn't want to have to, like, keep going back to the water pot to refill the paint on your brush, you can essentially just fill your brush with water and then put a little bit of paint on it. And then kind of use it like a fountain pen, like when you're at school and you're learning to write. So, for example, if I get this brush, which does have a very big belly. I'm not the biggest fan of brushes with big bellies, because I like to be able to better control the water content that I am using. But if you were to do... My hands are so shaky today. If you want to do, like, some stripes or something, or, like, sketches, for freehand, this is very useful. Because, like, I've literally put a tiny bit of paint on, and I can just draw a million stripes, and I'm not going to run out of paint. That's why you use a brush with belly. If you're using a brush that doesn't have a belly, so if I use this one doesn't have a point. Okay. Let me use this one. So this one doesn't have a lot of belly. It's quite short. And so if we do the same, just get a little bit on the end, we've saturated our brush in the water, and then we just kind of drag it across. It's not gonna have that same water effect, and you're gonna run out of paint fairly fast, and it's not gonna thin the paint either. So this is quite thick. This is quite a thick bit of paint. Like, there's a lot of paint on that line, whereas on these ones, with the brush with belly, it's very watered down. Okay. So. Right. So looking through my other brushes that I use, I've used this one to the point where it does not have any bristles left. I don't really look after my brushes. But I use a lot of these Army Painter ones just because they're comfy to hold, and we'll get through to holding brushes as well in a minute. So these are quite good. They don't have a lot of belly. I don't really tend to paint with brushes with a lot of belly. I prefer doing my mixing on the Mini while it's wet, but not super wet from like a belly. I do tend to use the belly brushes. So like this Game Envy one, or this Army Painter one, I do tend to use these just for sketching, for like freehand sketching or sketching lighting, for non-metallic, that kind of thing. I don't really use them for actual painting. If you do like glazing, like mini painter glazing, you probably want to use a brush with a bigger belly because you'll want to have super, super thin paint. Where do I go next? The other thing that I have is a bunch of random brushes that I kind of have as a leftover from canvas painting and stolen from canvas painting. So I have this De La Rowney spotter. It's literally for making spots. It's a little tatty now, but originally it was essentially like just a flat-nosed spotting brush for making spots. Like that's all it is. I use this for like the odd bit of weathering or like texture. If I want texture on something, I just kind of do this. Very useful, and I don't think they're super expensive. This is from Knott's Hobbies. They do dry brushing supplies. They sent me some stuff. Very useful. It's just like a roundish brush for dry brushing. I don't do a lot of dry brushing, but I quite like this. Sponge on a stick is always useful. If you have trouble doing edges on things, you can tend to use a brush and just kind of go around edges with a sponge if you so wish. I use this for texture and for dusting things. So if you have something kind of big, like this, for example, and you wanted to do something... Hang on, let me just... some of the paint up. And if you wanted to do, like, I don't know, some sort of pattern that is kind of random, but you just want kind of like stripes and shit. Could be good for weathering, I guess. I don't really do a lot of weathering, but it's just a fan brush. It's quite useful. It's useful for things you don't realize it would be useful for as well. It's quite good at wet blending because it does cover such a large area as well. But yeah, it's just because I like using them on canvas, so I use any excuse to use them on minis as well. What else should I talk about? Oh, we can do some more of this. Okay, so I don't really look after my brushes either. I have a lot of old brushes that are a bit rubbish, and they are nice brushes. Like, these are still nice brushes, but I just now use them for other things. So I would use this one. I used to use this one as like a sketching brush for freehand, but now I tend to just use it as like a base layer brush because it doesn't really keep its point. Like, it does. Like, I can get it into a point, but I'm too lazy to actually use it as a pointed brush. I tend to use ones like this for metallic, just because you don't want to use a nice brush with metallic. So, kind of like that. What else should I talk about? What else is a good question? Should I cover up some of the yellow? Should we do a little scene? Because I can always, like, take the audio out and put different... like, move the video around. Probably not, because I put these yellow things on it, but... unsure. What else is a good topic for brushes? Oh, holding a brush. Let's do brush holding. Okay. The other thing I get asked about a lot is how to hold a brush. Well, no one asks me about this, but I think it's fairly important, and it's like one of the basic things that people don't really realize is something that actively helps with your brushing. So, I learnt this in school, so I've never really thought to teach about it, especially in a video, but when you hold a brush, I'll use a white one because then you can actually see the handle. Okay. So when you hold a brush, you basically, like, this is how I hold a brush when I'm painting, essentially, most of the time. It's very, like it's not... It's basically just resting. Like, I'm not really holding onto it. Like... I'm not holding it. It's just there. A lot of like issues I see people have with their brushes is they pincer and they squeeze, and then they complain that they can only paint for like half an hour at a time, and it's because they're just like squeezing their fingers into their hand or into the brush, and it's just really painful, and you can't paint like that. Like, the harder you hold your brush, the more, like, you'll shake, right? Because you're stressing your hand. The lighter you hold your brush, the less shaky you will be, unless you have, like, a medical shaky stuff. Like, you just want to be, like, free and breezy with your brush. The other thing is that a lot of the time when I'm painting, right, you will see my hand down this end of the brush. I do hold my brush this far down, don't get me wrong. More often than not, I hold my brush up here. This is where I hold my brush. This fat bit of your brush is where it's kind of designed for you to hold it. That's where it's comfy, right? And maybe a bit behind that is my normal. So when you're painting, you want to kind of hold the brush back. Not all the way back unless you're like sketching, but like it's fairly like you'll have a lot more control holding your brush sort of towards that fat bit in the middle and maybe a bit behind it, depending on what's comfy. So, for example, if I use this brush, I get some paint. This is a big bellied brush. And if I hold the brush further down here, like, I can do this, right? But I can't really paint more than this kind of square. Like, to paint outside of this square would involve moving my entire, like, wrist, right? Whereas if I want to paint across the entire surface, and I hold my brush further back, I'm not really moving my wrist, I'm not moving my arm, I'm just moving my fingers, essentially. Right? So it's a lot more comfy, and I'm not, like, hyper-focused on one area. Like, if you are doing super detailed things, then, yeah, feel free. Do your little zooms in, do your little stuff. But, like, if you're just painting big armor pieces or, like, shoulders or anything, you don't need to be up like this. Even when you're doing trim, if you're painting trim on something, you can essentially just use, like, the side of the brush from half a mile away. Like, you don't need to be super on top of the brush, on top of the piece. You'll be a lot more comfy, and it's a lot easier to see what you're doing if you're not covering up what you're trying to paint with your hand. So, if you have a brush with a fat bit, you generally can just hold your brush and it's comfy, like this. Like, if you have bigger hands, you'll probably hold it further into the fat bit. If you have smaller hands, like me, I hold it a bit further back. It's just what's comfy for you. I tend to use a lot of these army painter brushes with the triangle handles, because I have, as you can see from my weird-ass fingers, I have hypermobile fingers. So whenever I put pressure on something, my finger just collapses. Like, I'm not even pressing very hard, and my fingers collapse. So I find having the triangle handles quite helpful. They don't have the belly area. They don't have, like, a thicker bit and then it tapers off. So you don't have that, like, guideline of where to hold the brush. But again, I do kind of just hold it kind of halfway down the stem, just because that's where it's comfy and that's where I can see what I'm painting easiest as well. If you want to use brushes more like this, so these are very thin handled brushes, they don't need to be this thin. It's kind of, I hate it when people make brushes this thin. Please make thicker handled brushes. You can get things that you, like, learnt to write at school with. I don't actually have one on my desk. That's like a foam or rubber thing that just increases the surface area, so you have a bit more to hold on to. And was that it? Was that all of that? Oh yeah, the pencil foam grippers, triangles. Okay. So when you're looking at brushes, you want to look at the bristles, you want to look at what it's made out of, but you also want to make sure that the handle is something that you can vibe with for a while and, like, be friends with and use. Because if you get a brush and you take it home and you're like, oh, I don't actually like holding this is awful to hold, then you're not going to use that brush. You're going to use it once and find it uncomfortable and hate using it. So when you go to the hobby shop or the art store, just pick up the brushes, have a little fiddle around, and if it's comfy, then you can get the brush. One of the other things that people ask me is about sizes. I don't care about brush sizes. I do not pay attention to them. When I buy brushes, I buy them based on either if I've already bought one of that type, so I just buy it online. If I have never bought that brush before, I will go and look at it in a shop. If I can't go and look at it in a shop, then I just won't buy the brush. I like to see my brushes. So, and especially in hobby painting, they all have weird-ass names. Like, the Citadel one, Base M. I don't know what that means. Kalinsky use a number system, but their number system is not the same as other number systems. Army Painter sometimes uses the number system, other times uses the naming system. So I just don't pay attention to them. Like, if you want to paint something small, just look at the brush and think, huh, is that small enough for what I want to do? If yes, use this brush. I just visually go by what is good. Like, you can do equally small things with both of these brushes. If the tip on this one is good, then you can do equally small things. My tip is slightly splaying, but it's still got a tip. So, again, it's mainly just preference, what is comfy. And okay, is that all of the brushes? Care? Oh, brush care. Let's do brush care. Okay, this is like 20 minutes of recording. This is disgusting. Okay. So, in terms of brush care, I don't. I just use water in a pot and I lick my brushes and I don't really do anything else. I do have brush soap. I don't use it. I would only use it like if I use this for dry brushing, for example. If this gets too stiff, because I never wash my dry brushing brushes, I will just like mash it in brush soap. But my like nice brushes, I guess, I just don't. I just don't clean them. But I don't really throw away brushes either. I don't really get through a lot of brushes. I've never properly ruined a brush to the point where it's like, I can never use this ever again. Should you just use the tip? It depends. Okay. The last thing on the list is the tip of the brush. So, you do want to keep your tip quite nice if you're doing detailed work. If you're just doing kind of stuff like this, like coating big panels, and that's kind of all you're doing, you don't need a brush with a tip. Like, one of these is fine. Like, it's just got that, like... It's just got that, like, curved shape. Yeah, it's just got that curved shape. I can't remember the name of that shape, but it has a name. So, if you're doing something... I'm tempted to make this into like a nice sunset type thing. So, if you're not really doing a lot of detail, then it doesn't really matter what condition your brush is in. You just want to get paint on the Mini in a speedy way. What else? Water? Paint with my mouth. See myself out. Do some clouds. I like clouds. Let's do a sunset. Let's get distracted. If anyone else has any other questions, I'll probably split the audio from the video. So, we'll just paint this. Let's use this one. Anyone else have any other questions of things I should cover? As well, it is. Have I missed anything? I mainly just wanted to cover, like, holding the brush. Everything else was just bonus, I guess. Also, no, this is not going to look good. It will try, but it will not look good. I can't remember what sunsets look like, to be fair. Any other uses with the end? Dots? Yes. That's more just like... I don't think that's part of this video. That would be like a unconventional things video. I've already done one of those, so... Oh, fuck off. I hate having my lamp here, but I have nowhere else to put it. There you go. You got a little sunset. Be happy. When you're looking at something that needs to be painted, how do you pick which brush to use? I know it's pretty much personal preference, but is there something that might help people that are new? I think I kind of covered that at the start. Because it's essentially just get a main use brush for everything. That's the first brush you kind of need. It's the only really brush you need, really. You can paint entire minis with this. Maybe one of these and then like one of these. I think I kind of covered that though. I think. Did I not? Follow your heart, holding and technique matters. Yeah. Okay, let me do the little end bit and then I'll come back to chat. Okay. So there's a little sunset on a thing. If you find this helped, let me know. If you think I've missed something, if I haven't covered something that might be obvious to you but I have completely missed, let me know. I will try and answer the questions, and if you liked this, subscribe, comment, give it a like, and yeah, bye. Done. Boom. How you doing, Meg? I'm really bad at the outros. I'm really bad at them, but I just guess every time. Oh, okay, cool. I've been invoiced. Oh. I might get some ice cream. Boom, good job, Blair. You did it? I did do it! Okay, what's next? I didn't really talk about synthetic versus non-synthetic, but I don't think it's that important. Like, the only difference is synthetic holds water a little less good, but there isn't really that much of a difference nowadays, apart from the holding a point. Ice cream? Yeah. Okay, shall we do... What should we do next? Prepping? I'd have to get a mini out of a box. Otherwise we can do some freehand stuff. Oh, we can do a wet palette one. I wanted to do a wet palette one. Let me get ice cream real quick. Followed, but I don't know what it was. But my door is still closed. Okay. So, I've kind of already done a wet palette video, but I don't know how to... I don't know what would be good to cover in one. Because it's very, like... I don't know, it's very, like, obvious to me, but I am arty, and hobby people aren't generally from art backgrounds. Okay. Mochi. Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking like basic how to use a wet palette.
Pledge yourself to the man.
But I feel
before
like
you.
I can do that
Arise.
in like 30 seconds. Hey, Kira. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hello. Today we are doing recording slop. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing? I'm having an ice cream break while I think. A cult? What is her cult? Is she playing a cult game? Which cult? I need more information. Brands, homemade ones. Size. What paints? How much water? Cult of the Lamb? Oh, I will join her cult. I will do that. Color palette? Why not just a paper towel? What, for a wet palette? I don't think anyone's ever tried to use paper towel for a palette. Dry or wet. Wait, did you? Sorry, welcome in everyone. If anyone has any questions about painting or anything, I am doing things. Towel as the sponge? Oh. I never did a homemade one. I'm very lazy. I used to just put paint on my desk. On my mouse mat. Back in the day. Okay. Do I just reprime this and we use this again? So I just reprime it real quick. Do I have a can? I don't have a lot of primer left. Run for food? That's fine. I was wondering. She normally does that. But welcome in everyone. Hello. Sorry. I think I'm just gonna reprime this. I feel like showing things on paper would be useful, but also I don't know how useful that would be to people who don't not do mini painting. Alright, let me reprime this leg. I'm lazy and I don't want to waste minis. This doesn't count as wasting it because it's resin. No one cares about resin. Hey. Okay. Right. Don't need this. I kind of need that. Okay. Let's start with kind of central. Different paint papers. Thank you for the follow, Wolverine. Oh, Wolverine. I'm blind. Different painters, I guess. Different papers used army painter ones. One's from Amazon sucked. The water too watery. The paint too watery? Okay. Okay, so we need to cover paper, sponge, volume of water, science. See, I covered in the last video I made, which was like things to get video, I went through like osmosis and how a wet palette works. Do I need to just do that again? Reasons I use wet palette, reasons I don't use wet palette. When wet palette useful. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Oh, stretch. Thank you for the stretch. I just went downstairs though. I already stretched. Okay. Hydrate, thank you. Big models plus loads of models. Be default. Rid of this one? Yeah. By default, I use a dry palette. I very rarely use a wet palette. But that's because I live in a swamp. And the air is my wet palette. Okay. Shall we empty my wet palette? Oh. It's an interesting smell. Oh. Oh, that's an interesting smell. How is the mold colony? It's molding. Okay. Oh, it sure is. Okay, bud. Well... Ugh. Oh, it actually smells really bad. It smells like... Oh, it smells so bad. It smells like fox piss. And it's slimy. How to clean your wet palette. Shall we just... R.I.P. We throw it away. We get a new sponge. This wet palette has grown so many mushrooms. Oh yeah, there's a little growth on the back. This wet palette has grown many a mushroom. This wet palette has been through a lot. It's so goddamn slimy. I probably shouldn't be touching this. Nice little moldings going on. You may think these little splooches are paint. They are not paint. The colored bits are paint. That bit is paint. These ones embedded? No, that's not paint. Oh, it smells so bad. It actually smells disgusting. Maybe I'll put it in the washing machine. Do you think it'll survive the washing machine? No. I don't know. I feel bad throwing it away. Ugh. 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 I can wash it, but this is like a 2-year-old sponge. Never dried? Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Gray. I'm gonna put it... my door's closed, so the cat can't come in, so it's fine. Clean tray and sink. Well, I have to clean this? Do you not like the patterns? Won't survive alcohol? Yeah. They say that. But then it survives, and it comes back. What is this? Is this the alcohol, or is this... I can't remember what this is. It doesn't say what that is, that's not helpful. I wish hobby things would say what's actually in them. Where's my... jar? Where's the suspicious jar? My suspicious jar has evaporated. Not ideal. Not ideal. Okay, well, we're gonna use this. Clean it just quickly, because then I don't have to take it downstairs. Come on, child lock. You can do it. I can't do it. How the fuck do you open child locks? Am I opening it the wrong way? Which way is lefty loosey, righty tighty? Which way is left? Is it left at the top or left at the bottom? It doesn't help. I don't know which way it is. Hang on, I need something that doesn't have a child lock. Left at the top. Okay. That did fuck all. Hey, I did it! Oh. Can you not? I hate bottles. Why do they design bottles? It's supposed to be tippable. But wait, when I tip it, it just goes down the side of the fucking bottle. Well, this'll clean it. It has no choice. What fucking thing? Just... I might not be able to do a wet palette video if this is in here. I'll have to wait for it to evaporate. Ugh. Maybe I can put the other sponge in and it'll absorb this. I need to open my window because it's stinky. There's a brush. Yeah, I don't want to get a brush in this liquid. It's not isopropyl, it's not alcohol, it is separate. It is something else. A secret third chemical. Look how clean that is. Amazing. Maybe I don't need to wait for it to evaporate. It has kind of done so. Gin? No. No. It is, it's one of two things. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of them. Palette. Sponge. Okay, shall we start with an empty palette and then we will build it together? Is that a good idea? I think that's a good idea. Okay, oh, I've got fucking brushes everywhere. I can't be bothered to deal with this. And all go over there. I don't care. Way. Okay. Hey gang, so today I wanted to go through a kind of back to basics, how to use and why to use and how it works of a wet palette. So if you have a new wet palette, it's going to look like this. This is my Army Painter one. It was a bit moldy, so it is now clean. So I thought it would be a good kind of base to build from. So if you're building one from scratch, you just kind of want a tub, like a Tupperware tub or something, and then you want to find yourself a sponge. I have Army Painter sponges because they fit in this palette. You want to use a sponge, you don't want to use something else. You could potentially use dampened paper towel. Let me open this, hang on. Jeez. You do want a sponge to prevent mold growth. Some people put like copper pennies, or you can get like copper tape in the bottom. I cannot be bothered, so I don't, and I just deal with the mold as it comes, which is fairly often because I suck at keeping things clean. So what you want to do is you want to get your tub and you want to put your sponge in it, like this. So it's nice and flat. There is a gap around the edge. I do find that, I know this is designed to have a gap around the edge, but it is quite good to have that gap because then you can see where the water is in comparison to your sponge. So the first thing you want to do after putting your sponge in is adding water. I just use water from my water bottle. You can use distilled water if you are paranoid about water for some reason. And you just want to kind of put water in until the sponge is saturated. So I'm just going to kind of put it on top until I can see these puddles kind of get absorbed. And I just put some more in. This is only really like the first time you set it up. It probably won't ever be this dry again. And you want to just get it saturated. Okay. And then once your sponge is completely covered, like that, not covered like, not with a sheet of water on top of it, you want to look around the edge of the tub. And when I tilt it, you can see... Thank you, Mr. Autofocus, that's really helpful. You can see the water on the edge. So if the tub is flat, I kind of want that line of water to be almost at the top of the sponge, but not so it overflows onto the top of the sponge. So I've done it pretty perfectly there. So you can see the water around the edge, but it's not going to come on top and make puddles on top. Okay. The next thing is paper. So again, I just buy the pack that fits in this wet palette. It's just the army painter stuff. It's just thin paper. You don't want to use baking paper, you don't want to use wax paper, because the whole point of the wet palette is osmosis. It will curl up when you put it on. So you want to put it up, you want to prevent it from curling as much as you can, because you don't want water on top of the paper. If you get water on top of the paper, and it's, as long as it's not touching water outside of the paper, then you should just be able to kind of dry it off, and then it's fine. You don't want water on top of the paper. The only thing that goes on top of the paper is paint. For example. Paint. I'm very messy with my wet paletting, so it will be a mess, but it's fine. Right, let's start with... Okay. So, as with normal painting, when you're using a wet palette for the paint, you can add water, you can take water away. I would not add water if it's on a wet palette. The point of the wet palette is osmosis, so it's gonna get wet from the water underneath, from the sponge. It will get more watered down over time, which is kind of why I don't really like using wet palettes. But it will keep your paint wet. If you live in a humid place like I do, I don't tend to use wet palettes because the air kind of keeps my paint wet. And I find that if you use a wet palette and it's humid, you just end up with puddles very fast. Puddles of paint very fast. If you live in a very dry place, then using a wet palette is good, because it keeps it wet. It will get a skin over the top, but it'll be mostly fine. I did go through, like, the science of a wet palette and stuff in one of my earlier videos on things I would recommend you start with when you start hobbying. So if you want to know more about hard water, soft water, science and stuff, you should go watch that. Otherwise, yeah, I do not recommend putting metallic paint on a wet palette. That's a bad idea. The point of metallic paint is glitter. If you put water into metallic paint, it will split, and you will end up with either streaky or just pretty much unusable metallic paint. Wet palettes are really good for blending as well. So if you have a couple of colors that you're using, for example, and you want them to blend, for example, and you want them to blend on the Mini, or you're making a transition between two colors on the Mini, then using a wet palette's really good, because you can kind of do this, like, well, there's your middle, and you just have a lot of space to make these transitionary colors. So you're not, like, withheld to individual little pots. You can just kind of do it all in one place, and then if you need to bring up a bit on the Mini, if you need to bring down a bit, then you have the colors already mixed. I don't know what else to say. That's kind of it. There isn't really anything else. If you find that your wet palette is drying out too fast, put more water in. I don't put too much water in mine, just because I do live in a kind of humid, swampy place. So if you do need more water, just be aware that any water you get over the top will mix with the paint properly, and you will just get puddles. Once you're done. Okay, I like how we didn't do any painting, we just touched the paint. Easy peasy. And then once you are done with your painting for the day, I just put the lid back on, and then I put it away, and then I leave it in the sun, and it grows lots of mold. What you should do, probably, is once you're done with your session, you're supposed to take the paper out and throw it away and not use the paint for like multiple days. But I think that's a waste of paint, so I don't do that. I just keep my paint for as long as it's wet. And for as long as I need it for. Instead of getting new paint each day. So I just leave it in, I just put everything away, and then I just keep topping up the water every so often when I need to. If you don't want to have a health hazard of mold and horrible smelling sponges, then I would recommend taking off the paper, allowing the sponge to dry before putting it away. Or you can put it in the freezer and then it freezes and nothing can grow on it, and then when you want to use it again, you just take it out of the freezer and you let it frost. Put some more paper on it, maybe a bit more water after it's defrosted, and that also works, but it's a little bit of a long workaround. But yeah, I just put the lid on, I put it away, and I forget about it, and then that's how I use a wet palette. If you do live in a place where wet palettes are kind of annoying... If you do live in a kind of place where wet palettes are kind of annoying because it's humid or it's just not the right weather, climate to use a wet palette, just get yourself some silicone palette things like I do, and then I just control how much water I put in, and it's a lot more easy for me to see how runny my paint is. But that's just because I live in a swamp. So yeah, let me know if this was helpful, if you liked stuff like this. If you want help with anything else, let me know. Leave a like, leave a subscribe, and I will see you later. And I paint on Twitch. Okay, bye. Easy peasy. 2 down. Nailed it. That one's gonna be like 4 minutes, I swear. Average a week to grow. It takes a while. It can take a while. It depends. Leave it open to dry. Hang on, someone said something about hard water. Distilled water is good if you live in a hard water area to prevent minerals from affecting your paint. Yeah, I don't use a couple of brands of paint because they do not do well with my hard water, and I don't care to buy distilled water or make distilled water or boiled water or whatever. I don't think that that should be my... I don't think that's something that I should have to do to make something work. With a wet palette, it doesn't matter because the water is going through the paper. The minerals do not osmose through the paper. They sell bottled water. I'm not wasting money buying bottled water. There is water in the tap in my house. I am not buying water. That is stupid. If I have to buy water... No. I'm not doing it. That's a waste of money. Soft water? Water from a can? No. It's such a waste. I don't understand why people do it. Like, I get in the US you don't have drinkable tap water sometimes, but here? No. You drink out the tap. If you need a filter, you get a filter, but you don't buy bottles of water. That's ridiculous. Beer is not water. You have to buy water. Why do you have to buy water? Shower water? I would not use shower water, bath water, tap water from the bathroom, toilet water, because generally, I don't know if it's every house or just this house and every house I've ever visited, but generally, water that is not from the kitchen tap comes from a tank in the roof, and it just fills up every so often when it needs filling. From mains water, that does get filled up with mains water, but it then just sits in the tank in the roof until it gets used, either by the hot water heater or by someone needing to use a sink or like refilling the toilet or that kind of thing. It is not drinking water. It's softened water, yes, but I wouldn't use it for painting. I wouldn't use it for drinking. You definitely don't drink that water. Premium water, premium air. Hard water here will kill my plants. Well, get better plants, innit? Get better plants. Okay. What time is it? 10. Okay, shall we do one more, or shall we just raid? And then I'll start editing things. I also wanted to do like a what to take to Adepticon video, but I can do that later. One more. What else would be quick? Productivity, yeah. I don't want to do the prepping one because I'll have to build a mini for that, and that's not me's problem right now. Two events as a hobbyist. How to behave at a convention. Don't be creepy. Shower. Brush your teeth. Don't follow people around. Ugh, I don't know. Tired as well. Who's on? Who can I even raid right now? I feel like I wasted the wet palette thing and this paint, but I also don't care enough. I want to go back to my editing. I think that was a good stream. We got a lot done. Kinda. We got 2 videos done. Kinda. I need to edit them, but... Combi boiler, you most like don't have a bathroom water tank? I don't know. We have a big tank, a big gas tank that does hot water. Okie dokie. Who is on? DK. Bodhi. Hayes. Oh, he's playing with FT2. Wow. Well, you know who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid the big boy. There you go. You have no choice. Shall I ask them if I can come play? Shall I break into the break into their thing. Right. Good night, everyone. I will edit these. See you to, what day is it today? Is it Sunday? See you on another day. I don't even know what my schedule is anymore. I don't have one. I just stream when I feel like it. No, well, definitely. I'm still doing weekend streams, definitely. But I'm on the fence on other streams. It's just when I feel like it, depending on editing. But yes. Okay, see you later. Goodbye. Bye. Good.